Welcome, everyone, to the Moore County Board of Education work session on June 1st, 2026, 1:30 p.m. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Dr. Dahl. Do we have a second? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye, okay. Dr. Dahl, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, would everybody please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and Mr. Johnson, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence.
Sure, if we'll just take a moment for a moment of silence before we get started. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And now we have item 2, closed session. Do we have a motion to move into closed session? Okay, Dr. Dahl, thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, for the reasons as stated on the agenda. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we'll move into closed session. Thank you. Okay, we're ready. All right, board members, do we have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Dahl. Do we have a second? All right, Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay.
Madam Chair. Do we want to wait?
We're ready.
I wish to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an item 2A, board action dash personnel.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that was everybody, right? Because we needed 2/3.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Ms. Bruno?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the executive officer contract between the board and Jennifer C. Purvis as prepared by legal counsel.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Oh, yes, sir.
So if we approve this, what does this mean?
Mr.
We
Schwartz?
discussed the amendment.
Well, just so the public
Yeah,
knows. I mean,
Ms. Schwartz.
we're voting to approve an amendment to a Fourth Amendment to a contract. So what does it mean?
We've got it in writing. The Fourth Amendment to the contract confirms that Ms. Purvis is not getting, has not been getting her travel allowance.
No. It makes Ms. Purvis the next permanent superintendent.
No.
Right?
No. We're doing the Fourth Amendment to the executive officer contract to amend the terms of that contract.
Oh, okay.
And make clear that it is expiring effective June 30,
Got it.
2026, and make some other changes.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Yeah.
do we have a second motion?
Yes.
Do you want to, are we anticipating the other board members calling in for this?
I know Ms. Davis was unable to join us, but I feel confident that we can continue.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary.
All right, Ms. Bruno.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to elect Jennifer C. Purvis as the next superintendent of Moore County Schools and approve a contract for a 4-year term effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2030, and other terms as stated in the contract prepared by legal counsel.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Is Ken on the line?
Oh, technical difficulties. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Curtis. Woo. Let's hear part two. Yay!
Wow. You turned red.
And with that being the case, I want to take advantage as chair. We are thrilled to announce that Mrs. Jennifer C. Purvis has been named the superintendent beginning July 1st, 2026. Mrs. Purvis is a proud native of Moore County and a graduate of Moore County Schools. Throughout her nearly 32-year career in education, she has dedicated herself entirely to serving Moore County Schools, holding roles as an elementary and middle school teacher, assistant principal, elementary and high school principal, assistant superintendent, and interim superintendent. Mrs. Purvis has a genuine love for students of all ages and firmly believes that every student can achieve success. Her commitment to putting students first guides every decision she makes. With a focus on continuous improvement and a commitment to high expectations, she is well positioned to lead Moore County Schools into the future. Throughout her career, she has proven her ability to align vision, strategy, operations, and culture to improve student outcomes and organizational efficiency. The Board of Education and Moore County Schools community look forward to Superintendent Jenny Purvis leading our school district toward Moore County Schools' strategic vision of always being the first and best choice in education, with an unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and the development of the leaders of tomorrow. Congratulations, Mrs. Purvis. And an official swearing in and oath of office ceremony for Mrs. Purvis will be held on Wednesday, June the 10th at 6:30 p.m. in the Northmore High School auditorium, and the board invites everyone to join us for this occasion. So let's give her another round of applause. All right.
It's
That
not-
was exciting.
Thank you, Dr. Calcutt. It's not often that it's hard for me to talk. You guys know that. But I just want to say what an honor it is to be chosen to lead this district. This district has really shaped my life, having been a student from kindergarten all the way through graduation, and then having spent my 32 years here. My heart is here. My love for this community and our families runs deep. We have terrific people in our district. The ability to move this district forward is because of the folks that we have here who are so wonderful to work with. Our staff, our parents, our community, our board, our commissioners. I just appreciate the collaboration of everyone. And I look forward to serving this district and serving our children and putting them at the forefront of everything we do. Thank you. I appreciate your recommendation of me and your confidence in me, and look forward to moving forward.
Thank
Thank
you. And our board members wanted to say a few words too. I'll just let you, whoever wants to share.
Okay, of all the decisions I've made on this board, this is the best one I've ever made, and I am so thrilled for you because I know this school is in excellent hands. So we're so thrilled to have you, Jenny. If I could have voted for you 20 times, I would have.
For going around, but I'll just say, just appreciate all the service, and I know it's been a good deliberative process, and I feel like I really enjoyed the process. I thought the board brought a lot of attention and detail to the process, and I know Ms. Purvis absolutely did a great job with her attention to detail in the process, and just thrilled to have you on board and lead us to the next 4 years, and our students are lucky to have you, our staff are lucky to have you, and I'm really looking forward to working with you and making great things happen for Moore County, so thank you.
I've known you for nearly 12 years now in different capacities, and I wouldn't try to summarize the amazing skills and abilities that I have seen, but I'm very happy that you are going to be bringing them to bear on behalf of Moore County Schools. And I really look forward to the next 4 years.
Go right ahead.
Ms. Purvis, we're truly grateful for your stepping into the breach here and being prepared to move Moore County Schools into the future. Look forward to working with you for the rest of my tenure. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so now, after all this excitement, let's try to calm down just a minute. And we're ready to move to reports, information, and discussion. So item A, Ms. Purvis.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So I am excited to have Miss Ashley Saccone coming forward with Miss Lowry. We've asked Miss Saccone just to give us an overview of our first year, a very successful year at Moore Innovative High School. So I'm going to let you take it away.
All right,
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to follow that, but congratulations, Jenny.
Thank you.
And thanks for everybody having me here today just to talk about More Innovative High School and such a storied year it really has been. We will jump right in. I'm delighted to share an update about our year. We finished our very first year on Wednesday, May 20th. So in our first year, our team has intentionally focused on designing a school experience that is driven by our mission. As you can imagine, every single decision has required thoughtfulness as we set precedent for More Innovative High School. As such, we've had both successes and challenges, both of which we've embraced wholeheartedly in an effort to create a high school experience that meets the needs of a wide target population. As part of the Cooperative and Innovative High Schools legislation, More Innovative aims to serve students across Moore County who are at risk of dropping out, our first-generation high school or college students, or those who would benefit from an accelerated experience. More Innovative brought its first class of freshman-level students to the campus in August. The first cohort of 65 students ranged in age from 13 to 15. 79% of this first group are first-generation college students coming from all over Moore County. Our current cohort is comprised of 72% Moore County school students, 17% from local charters, 8% from private schools, and 3% from home schools. Our freshman class completed the core coursework for the first 2 years of high school in 1 calendar year. We finished our year with 61 students. As we welcomed this group to More Innovative, challenges quickly began to emerge. We found a wide range of student academic and executive functioning skills. With the cohort coming to us from such a plethora of schooling experiences, determining their academic needs and strengths was critical in our first days. Utilizing teacher-designed pre-assessments, we quickly learned that numerous students needed support with foundational math, writing, and vocabulary skills. We also found that students faced challenges with signatures, organizing work, setting up a simple piece of paper, how to use a 3-ring binder. And while these needs varied significantly across the student body, most students needed some type of support. Our first focus was to teach executive functioning skills directly in our morning advisory time, which we call DEN. Organizing notebooks in a method that works for each student, maintaining an up-to-date agenda, checking our grades and being held accountable for completing missing work. All of these skills were issues commonly observed across our student body, so it became a daily focus in our small group time. Our intervention and extension block, which we call PAC, became our time to teach missing skills or to extend skills for those who were ready. From foundational math and reading support to accessing released MIT and Harvard courses, we attempted to meet student needs based on what their individual needs were. The more we learned about our students, the more we realized that even our students in our extension options would benefit from more support with writing. We began utilizing document-based questions and logical thinking opportunities to grow those needs in those particular students. PAC time has continually been fine-tuned as we have determined holes that need to be filled and how to do so with immediacy. Our students largely come to More Innovative seeking a different type of schooling, either something different from what they currently have or what they're anticipating the traditional high school experience will be. However, while our students may have chosen to come to us, this doesn't directly correlate to the ease of making the transition to a program that presents challenges. We expect excellence all the time, and our student body largely reflects a group of students who have not typically engaged with instruction at a high level. Upon entering, we found that some students chose not to speak in class at all, ever, finding it easier to melt simply into the background. However, we expect that students are actively participating, so our instructional activities became designed to ensure that all students are all in. Initially, the long-term behaviors that students had adopted to kind of stay off the radar were pretty challenging to break. The intensity of the academic schedule was a significant challenge for most of our students. It's essential to note that our students are taking 4 core classes at the honors level. There's been no break in the day for PE or an elective that we just greatly love, as most high schoolers would have. It's all the heavy-hitting subjects, all at one time, in both semesters. This is far more intense than any other 9th graders are experiencing across our state. It has been a heavy lift for our students, and it has taken ongoing planning and thinking on the part of the adults to ensure students are successful without them burning out and simply quitting. The year has required ongoing flexibility of students and faculty. We've had great intentions all along, but we have realized at times that we needed to make adjustments. From our personal experiences and observations of student needs to the students openly advocating for what they wanted or needed, we've remained agile as a faculty and have frequently kept an open mind and have pivoted. This modeling of taking risks and changing course when the evidence simply demonstrates that it's a need has really provided an opportunity for our students to learn the long-term skills we want them to cultivate. The academic design of More Innovative is crucial to our students' long-term success. The year began with a course organization developed by the initial design team. However, our team determined in the fall that reorganizing math and science would provide greater instructional clarity for our students. Thus, we adjusted and we paired physical science with Math 2 this spring, which was unanticipated. This allowed significant integration between the two disciplines, increasing opportunities for student connections. Having subject matter experts in the building has allowed us to attack curriculum a bit differently than initially anticipated to ensure that we're improving student mastery. Reading, writing, speaking, and thinking in each class every single day by every single student is a daily priority at More Innovative. From intentional student talk to the use of what one teacher calls the bag of opportunity, we have continually worked to improve our instruction to require students to actively participate. Additionally, our team has worked collaboratively to utilize the same strategies across all subjects to enhance success. Cornell note-taking and objective summaries are utilized in all courses. Writing to learn strategies are expected, and ironically, we no longer hear them complaining about writing. They just do it. Vocabulary instruction is purposeful and incorporated into the writing of those objective summaries, as well as in classroom verbal responses. Classroom instruction includes problem solving, working closely with peers, and using our words verbally to explain our thinking. We are using a very few, very specifically chosen strategies to provide ongoing practice across all classrooms, regardless of the subject area. And finally, the explicit teaching of executive functioning skills is ongoing. From the use of agendas, having them monitor their own grades, organizing their materials in a way that makes sense to the individual, we see generally that these weaknesses have improved. We do have a few students who still truly do need more support, and we already have a plan, of course, for that. And while we have spent significant time and effort on the academic design of More Innovative, we have also designed a career exploration plan with steps for each year the students are enrolled. As you'll note on the graphic provided, students enter the freshman year with a focus on on-campus pathway exploration, the building of self-awareness, and the explicit learning of soft skills throughout the year. Our goal is to keep freshman students largely on campus, helping them become comfortable with both the campus and the opportunities that await them. The sophomore year experience will be focused largely on off-campus field trips to community and industry partners, along with targeted personal research on potential career paths. During the year, students will complete 3 rounds of interviews with volunteers from the community to provide each student with personal feedback. Small group support will be utilized to ensure each of these areas improve. The sophomore year ends with students selecting their paths at Sandhills Community College. Our team envisions the junior year with ongoing opportunities for job shadowing, internships, and volunteering that align with their anticipated career interests, as well as taking a full course load at Sandhills Community College. We will continue interviewing skills practice with feedback. Our senior and super senior students will finalize their time at More Innovative with workplace readiness support, applying for jobs in college, and organizing a senior capstone project. This plan will certainly continue to evolve as we enter each phase. Our partnership with Sandhills is a prime piece to this puzzle as we create and sustain additional opportunities for our students in the local Moore County community. Our academic and career planning is intertwined intentionally to support student, career, and college success. Regardless of an individual student's plan, the skills and aptitudes necessary for success are consistent across the options available. We have provided several opportunities for students to explore their possibilities this year. Students have engaged with professors and instructors and hands-on opportunities in each of the 5 specified pathways at Sandhills. Additionally, our counselor organized a criminal justice day based on the information we received from our student interest surveys. We welcomed local, state, and federal law enforcement professionals to our campus in March. Students interacted with professionals like law enforcement officers, state crime lab technicians, and attorneys to better understand the breadth of opportunities available to them within just one area. We also added the culinary department to our Sandhills visits based on student interest. It was our very first visit on campus last September, and it definitely set the bar high for the other departments that we visited. From baking to sushi making to ice carving, the culinary team provided students with a peek into their offerings. While the pathway visits are a critical piece to the format of the freshman year, we have also supported students as they seek to better understand themselves, their strengths, and their areas for growth. We have utilized Major Clarity, a tool provided to all students in Moore County schools and supported by Dr. Scott's team throughout the year. We have spent time building an understanding of the tool and what it can do for us, which is far more than simply answering some questions. Each of our students has completed an up-to-date career plan, identifying his or her current areas of interest and skill sets to support them. Additionally, all of our students left the school year with a resume ready to go for summer employment and volunteer opportunities. That was no small thing. These resumes will be updated twice per year so that important information is not lost in memory, and to ensure that even the skill of writing a resume becomes judicious over time. As we navigated the pathway visits, we attempted a few different methods to introduce pathways to students. Through trial and error, we landed with a pre-post pathway visit plan where students are guided during DEN to explore the pathway online and to research potential careers within the pathway using curated websites. A follow-up review considers the same information plus salary and local, state, national demand for the roles. Students share initially their interest in this particular pathway, and then they rate their interest again afterwards. Interestingly enough, we have seen student interest in areas change after the visit based on the pre and post reviews. Finally, our college liaison has been hired and will begin on July 1st. We are excited to have this partner position with Sandhills Community College. The role of this individual is to bridge the gap between students and instructors as well as the college itself to ensure a positive experience for our students. She will be responsible for providing support through seminars, registrations, recruiting, and the more innovative high school to Sandhills Community College transition. The liaison will work closely with our school counselor to support students as they consider the options that are available and make decisions regarding their next steps at Sandhills. Supporting students through the decisions of what might be next includes ensuring their understanding of what's actually even available. One area we suggest to students is the idea of stackable credentials. These are short, workforce-ready options that provide skills specific to needed jobs. These programs are often weeks to months long, meaning that students can complete multiple options while still enrolled at More Innovative High School. These can lead to certifications and diplomas in certain circumstances, but also can stand alone. This area is the I'm job ready now place to be, and having multiple of these options can prove beneficial in the long run to our students. Certifications provide industry-required proof that students have the skills needed to hold certain positions. The certifications may be provided by the state or industry professionals to ensure that those performing the work are capable of completing it to a standard. A certification tells employers that an individual is skilled and meets the criteria for employment. And finally, college coursework towards an associate's degree or 60 hours of college credit is another one of our students' options. Of course, at More Innovative, students have the opportunity of all three. This means that they can actually combine any and all of these options to graduate from More Innovative in 4 or 5 years with a wide variety of career options available to them. Our priorities for this first year have been clear. Read, write, speak, think every day, every class, every student. Limited use of digital tools and devices. We are heavily paper pencil driven. For notes, for essays, for daily quick writes, we are using paper pencil activities. We do use devices at times, but we use them with intentionality. Immediate support across needs have been critical, from intervening on foundational math, writing, and vocabulary skills daily to what we call Club Ain't Done Yet on Fridays. Adults have shifted themselves throughout the year to teach whatever it is that needs to be taught. We move with intensity, recognizing that most holes can be filled quickly if we are deliberate. continuing to help our students understand what's available to them at Sandhills as the terms get interchanged and it becomes evident that we don't fully quite yet grasp all the things that are available to us. This is an area for continued growth. Our current data reflects the tenacity, I get a little emotional on that, with which our entire school has attacked this year. We are beyond proud of the effort that has resulted in the numbers you see on the screen. As I continually remind others, we serve a wide range of students, from those with exceptional needs, English language learners, those who are gifted. We serve students who have not always performed their best on the measures you see in front of you. I give significant credit to the team of staff members who attack math and English skills across all classrooms, all packs, all dens. We brought together adults who did not work together previously, and all of them have provided both math and English support to our students throughout the year, both during class, during seminar, and during den. While core instruction is always essential, the team has implemented a thorough MTSS plan that supported students in various ways throughout the semester. Together, we designed a plan for all staff members to support all the disciplines with end-of-course assessments with an intentional organization. This means that all students have received support, and all adults played a role specific to the needs of students. We will continue to refine as we add 4 new staff members next year. We are also proud, let me go back. Hit the wrong, it's not letting me go back. You go back to one more, right there. We are also proud of our attendance and retention rate. Several of our students had attendance concerns in the middle school years, but our daily attendance has remained strong throughout the year. They have come to school and they have largely stayed for the entire day. In terms of retention, we currently anticipate 91% of the original cohort returning in the fall. In our visits with other cooperative and innovative high schools, we were consistently told to expect to lose 30 to 50% of the student body in the first year. This is largely due to students not really knowing what they're signing up at the beginning of a brand new school. While we knew this might have been a typical experience, we have been committed throughout the school year to work diligently with students to build relationships and to let them know we are here and we want them to stay. So we are hopeful that all we are expecting are returning to us in the fall as sophomores. We are now preparing to add a new cohort of 70 Red Wolves in August. The cohort looks largely similar to the first one in terms of previous types of schooling. We're delighted that we're continuing to hit a high mark with the target population intended for cooperative and innovative high schools, with 80% of these students coming as first-generation college students. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'm going to invite us all to stand.
Yeah, stand up too.
Wow.
So many questions, so many ideas. Who wants to go first?
That is so exciting.
Yes, oh. Yes,
Okay.
we'll let Mr. Van Wood go first.
Go right ahead, Ken.
Okay, thank you. Whenever I need an upper, I always schedule a visit to Innovative High School, and it always pays off.
Yeah.
And congratulations for your performance this year, Ashley. You proved the principle. And congratulations to your Warrior Ninja teacher teams. They're fantastic. I hope you all have some downtime this summer. You certainly deserve it. I look forward to opening again this summer and going into a great second year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benway. Well said. All right, next.
This is so incredibly exciting. You know, I teach physical science, which is taken by students who are not necessarily college bound. And so I think I'm familiar with a lot of this group of students. And I just loved hearing about how you tuned in to who they were and what they needed in terms of academic skills, you know, executive function supports, the nuts and bolts of reading and writing and math to be able to execute, and you got your whole staff doing it, and you created structures and so forth. And I think that's a super valuable story. And I would really like to encourage the district to make an opportunity, to get a lot of it recorded, because there will never again be a first year. This was an amazing first year, and there will never again be a first year. You will never again be facing these students and having to make those decisions. What do we do to effectively support these students? And I would love to encourage, as much of that to be committed to some kind of print or electronic medium, while it's still fresh. And it was very exciting to hear about.
Well, I'll echo that. Definitely needs to be in the pilot. It needs to be splashed everywhere. I just love it. I had written out a question, then you answered it, and but what keeps them coming back, right? And so in a situation like this, what keeps them coming back is clearly the relationships that are built and the expectations that they have, not just of academics, but who's going to be there when I get to school and who's going to be taking care of me. So thank you so much for that. I would say, a lot of great opportunities here. I almost consider this like a lab experience. And so not only documenting for the public to see the successes, but also our staffs across 612 in general. What are the things that are working with these types of students? And then how can we formalize some of those skills and organizationally spread that in a way that is impactful? Because the people that are working here are living it every day. And that is a resource that not many school systems have. And so they can really lead the way with a lot of our teachers. So I love that. I love the idea of the sophomores attending career fairs. There's a lot of really cool niche career fairs that would be great to have in part of that plan. And that's all I had, just to say really proud of all the work, and thank you for making it happen, and looking forward to year 2.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
This is incredibly exciting, on so many levels, for the students, for the teachers, for the administration, everybody that's making this happen. What I want to know is, what are the parents saying? Are they giving you any feedback? Do they see a change, like, in their kids? Have you heard that side of the story?
They've largely handed them to us.
Okay.
I would say, in lots of ways. I will say, we have a small handful of students who have really struggled through the course of the experience, and those families have been integral to their children's success. So we had 100% student conferences in October, and so we met with every single family. And that was no small feat, but it's critical, right? We want parents to understand that they're part of the team. And I think starting off like that really helped, because when we would call, they came, and that was that way for the rest of the year. And so we've had really great feedback from our families, and they've been very positive, and honestly, everything we've tried to do, they're just very much like, go get it. It's just been a great year for them to support their kids too. I think for some of our parents, they've never seen their children perform at high levels, and so I think they've also just been so pleased to see their children really rise up.
That's incredible. That's just outstanding. All right, yes, sir.
I have a couple observations. Congratulations, first of all. That's all excellent. First thing is, you started out with the skills that you found deficient in the incoming students, right? And that's good that you identified them, and hopefully we use that. And by the way, those sounded familiar, executive functions and some of the things you mentioned, they sound familiar with what I've heard from employers, from graduates. So hopefully we use this as feedback to our schools, and so that, and we actually know which schools produced those deficiencies. So hopefully this becomes a feedback loop to improve all of our feeder schools. The other thing that jumped out at me is paper and pencil. We need to across the board, we need to go back. We need to find a happy balance between pencil and paper and devices. That's it. No, the third thing is, great success, but the criticism that I hear of charter schools is, well, gosh, they get success because they have hand-picked students with motivated families. right? Which is what we did here, and we've got great success that exceeds all the rest of our schools, right? So, just be careful when you criticize charter schools by saying, well, golly, they get hand-selected students by, and volunteer families. And that's the reason for their results. In large measure, hand-selecting students and motivated families with a good staff and a good team delivers results.
I think that's definitely in play, but another thing that I heard Ms. Ciccone say was that some of these students were hiding or were hidden. And, all of us who teach are familiar with those students who are hiding in the classroom and trying not to be seen. And, part of the reason I find this so exciting is that, when you think about the deficiencies that she identified for us, those would be reasons for a student to hide, because this year's work that they're being asked to do is beyond them, and so they're just trying to do everything to avoid being noticed. And so this could be a model that we can export and address with some of these other kids who are struggling, in our conventional schools.
Ms. Purvis, you want to say?
Yes, I just want to say, Ms. Ciccone, as you were presenting, I was thinking about the way in which you and your staff individualized plans for students. That's crucial. And not only did you do that, but you guys boiled it down to a small, specific number of strategies that you said, we're going to hit these hard and we're all in. These are our non-negotiables. So thank you for doing that, because what you and your staff have done is given students who have lacked academic confidence, really, the blessing of seeing that they can be successful. And you've helped them find self-confidence that will then motivate them. And once students see that they can be successful, that ignites them. So thank you and your staff. Please extend that. What you've done is terrific.
Excellent points. Thank you so much. Ms. Bruno, Ms. Bruno, I'm sorry. Sorry. Your turn.
I'm kidding. Ashley, you hit the ball right out of the park. I am really so proud. These scores are amazing. It can be done. You work kids hard and you set the bar high. It can be done, and you have shown it. 96.5 daily attendance. That's because they want to come. They love it. You're making it interesting. You're making it hard. You're making it a challenge. You're setting boundaries. I find that absolutely terrific. I can't say enough about that. The other thing is your basics, your paper and pencil, teaching kids how to organize a 3-ring binder. That sounds like nothing, but that is so important. You have agendas. I mean, what you are doing is totally amazing. But I wanted to ask a couple questions. Stackable credentials, does that include everything, like cosmetics, auto repair,
It could.
plumbing? What would that include?
It could be a CNA, an EKG tech, phlebotomist, definitely on the more certificate side, where we're really saying that they have been approved, would be more like your automotive, where there's like a safety measure there. That's going to be more certificate based, but these stackable credentials oftentimes do lead to certificates.
Okay.
So for example, we have a couple of students this summer that are actually on their own taking the EKG coursework at Sand Hills.
Okay.
So when they turn 16, they can work at First Health.
Wow.
So in the
okay.
afternoons, they'll be able to go straight to work, which is really exciting. And so we're trying to help them see, if you want to be in the healthcare field, this is a way to get your foot in the door right now
Okay.
at 16. And that's free to you. And so the more of those credentials they can get, the better off they will be in the long term, particularly in a job market where there is high demand. So
Okay.
we're talking the ability
yeah.
to make much more money that way.
That's terrific. And the other thing, the senior project. give me examples, like, of what the kids did.
Well, we're not there yet
Oh, you're
because we
not
don't
there
have
yet.
seniors yet.
Oh,
So
that's right, you don't have seniors
yes,
yet.
ma'am. So that will be designed,
Okay.
but that was a part of the actual design of the school initially. So that's in the application process
Okay.
as a
Will
senior
it be-
capstone
Will it
project.
be in their chosen field?
It will be.
And
yes.
will it be written or presented or?
That is to be determined.
Okay.
So, as we get a little bit closer, I've talked to Mr. Benway a few times. I always say I'm kind of a year out at this point. This isn't really a new school for 4 years in a row. And that's
Sure.
a little daunting, but it really is because the programming will change every year based on what we figure out. We're much further ahead now than we were this time last year, which is fabulous. But that will be designed as we get a better sense of what it could look like and should look like, frankly, at that stage for our students.
Okay, well, Ashley, I just want you to know that we are so proud of you and your team. You have done a fabulous job with this.
Thank you.
Really good.
Thank you very much. And now we're at item B, capital. I know, right? It's been a great day. We're at capital updates.
All right, we have Dr. Pam Patterson, who is coming forward to just give us some brief updates on a couple of our capital projects. Dr. Patterson?
Good afternoon. So let's start a little bit further ahead, which will be about the new high school. I know there were some questions about the study. ITRI is actively collecting data, and they're doing a 10-year study forecast. What we're really asking them to do is look at growth, working with all the municipalities, which they are currently doing, and demographics, and them kind of telling us what is the best area to put a new high school. And then from there, then they will provide a report. They will not just hand it over to us. They'll be part of the public hearing and helping us to be very transparent with the community. So that's kind of where we are right now with the new high school. Any questions?
Timeline on that? Do you have a
We
approximate
had said January of 27,
January?
and that
27th?
still gives us a full year.
So that would be the where we have the report on January 27th.
That's what our goal was set for, yes. Okay, Carthage, a little bit closer, hopefully. We are continuing to move forward with the planning phase. We met with Pinnacle in a face-to-face meeting recently, and it became really clear that we really need a surveyor on site to find all of the utilities. We've done that a little bit on our own, but just somebody really identifying where the locations are. We also need to look at the topography. How far can we really set back the new school, because we want to utilize as much space as possible and have a beautiful school at the end. And that's a little bit more challenging when you have an existing school sitting in front of it. So that's where we are now. I'm also going to meet with the faculty on June the 12th at their last faculty meeting, just to give them an update, because they're really excited and want to know a lot of information. Any questions on Carthage? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. In a previous meeting, we discussed working with the town of Carthage, because they have property adjoining ours. And have we been talking to them, and have they been amenable to working with us to, if we need some to encroach on their land?
Yes, they have agreed to, I think it's about 60 feet. It goes back to a little picnic area that they've agreed to allow us to have. We're not sure if we're gonna need all of that.
Yeah. So they've been cooperative.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay, good.
100%. The topography issue on that end is it drops very steep, and that's why we need to do this survey and all locating. Yeah, they've been great. Is that it? Okay, next part, hopefully closer, the Data Operations Center, AKA IT building. We have now decided, which I think you guys know, that we're looking at a property adjacent to Union Pines. It's on their 90-something acre property. I have talked to Mr. McCormick, and he does not have any problem with that occurring. It will not affect his athletics or his school day. And we do have this first drawing Mr. Garner did for us, and if you can see where the football field is and practice field in the back, and that wooded area. Now, this is not 100% up to date as far as the picture, because that area that's right there beside the football field with all those trees, it's been cleared. And we're not going to mess with that whatsoever, because the Union Pines, you know, they use that, I think, to do shot put and that kind of thing, do some other practices. Are y'all following me? Which part I'm
So-
talking about?
Yes, that area right there between the drive and the football field has been cleared. That is one of those areas that we talked about when the turf goes in. They're going to be improving that area. That'll have the laser grade, and the goal is to connect that area all the way over to the other practice field, just to get all of that in good shape. So Mr. McCormick did share with us, he does not see the location of this interfering at all with school functions or athletic functions. And as you know, we explored McDeeds Creek. That looked like a long pathway to getting permitted, and then even after all the due diligence, there was not 100% certainty that it would get voted through. There were also some architectural changes that were going to have to take place if we placed it there at McDeeds Creek. That would have been more expensive in terms of building. I just want to say I appreciate Mr. Eklund, Director of Technology, and Ms. Fall, Director of Par Department, for their flexibility and ongoing support as we've looked at one spot and another. And I just appreciate them being so flexible and amenable as we've gone through this process. Retson did go out, as Dr. Patterson shared, looked at this site. They were very excited about the potential here. The one thing I will say is the ability to run sewer from what is connected there at Union Pines to this spot is probably going to cost more than just putting its own freestanding septic. You'll remember when we priced out the cost of a septic for the other location, that's about $25,000. And so the plans are that this would be like the original location. It would have its own septic because that's going to be the easiest and most fiscally responsible way to go.
Is this the edge of our property, or?
No,
how
it goes
close?
further.
No, it goes
It becomes,
further.
it drops off. In fact, the drawings that, because we walked it last week with Chris Morgan, Mr. Garner and myself, the drawings he had showed it looked like that it just really fell off sharply. And once we walked it, there's some very flat areas out there. And so it made us all feel a whole lot better inside. And so that area there is, it goes further out and then it becomes wet totally when it goes back over to the right, to my right. Yeah, it goes back to the creek, that's right.
Rough timeline. I know we've hit a couple, different sites we're looking at, and so rough timeline of if this site turns out to be the one.
Well, in fact, do we have the other drawing or not? Or have we decided not to put that one on there?
I think Mr. Batchelor can check. Yep.
Okay, so this is just hot off the press. So don't judge just yet, because I haven't actually even responded to Chris at this point. Because this drawing, can you blow that up just a tad? Just the drawing part. There we go. That's better. Because that driveway that you see there, all that's going to have to be shifted more to the right. We don't want to touch any of that property up there. And this is a current one that is cleared off, because that is, Union Pines will be using that area. But this is what we're looking at. Again, we want to shift it just a little bit more to the right, my right. And, but we're really excited that we've gotten this far. So as far as a timeline, we have not had that discussion, what it would cost to clear it, what type of site work additionally that might have to be done. But we're hoping it's going to move much quicker at this point.
I will remind the board that when we had the original site work proposal done, when we were thinking about putting this on the Vass Carthage Road site, it was a heavily wooded area like this. And Retson included $900,000 for site work. So they shot that amount high. I would expect that we, fall within that same range, because this is the same type of piece of land, right? We've got to start from scratch. I know I put in the weekly board update. If you read through that already, we did find out from our capital lottery that because this building will not have students in it at any point in time, we're not able to use capital lottery. We appreciate the commissioners working with us. I reached out to them. They will be putting forth a resolution tomorrow evening at their meeting to say that they are willing to fund this IT building out of their capital reserve. They will do that, and then when Carthage Elementary is built, the amount that they've utilized to fund this IT building out of their capital reserve, we will pull from our lottery funds and apply it towards Carthage Elementary. So this ensures that we can still utilize our lottery funds. We'll be utilizing that amount towards Carthage Elementary, and they will pay out of capital reserve for the IT building. So once that resolution is passed tomorrow night at the commissioners' meeting, we'll be full steam ahead on this. The original timeline on this was, hey, this is a pretty clear-cut build because it's a metal building that comes up pretty quick. So we should be able to have this done. The goal would be, let's press and see if we can't get it done by Christmas, because you remember we've got to have kids out of school to be able to move certain things for IT. So once that resolution is passed tomorrow night, I'll give Dr. Patterson the green light to press hard on the gas and see if we can't get this done by Christmas.
Speaking of gas, does Union Pines, does this have gas service, natural gas?
No.
I wouldn't think so
No.
out there.
And then that drive, that's a separate drive from the other drive? Is
Yes.
that what I'm seeing on the map? Yeah,
Yes.
okay, great.
They actually have two other drives that are gravel, if you can barely see those, that they utilize, and this will have to be cleared for a.
Yeah, so
Right.
this will be a standalone, separate, the traffic flow from the IT building will not be integrated at all into the Union Pines traffic flow in terms of their campus.
Just real quick, the reason I asked if it had natural gas service was backup generators. I assume there's backup generators planned for this? That would be part of the plan, just if you have a generator at the current data center. Diesel? It's diesel. Okay, all right, yeah. All right, thank you.
This is at Union Pines, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because the Junior Navy ROTC is going to need a building up there soon. Is this at all going to be in the way of, or taking land away from them, or?
No, ma'am. Charlie, if you would, please zoom, go back to the first picture, if you would, and then pull it out as much as it. If you'll think about, Ms. Bruno, this football field, to the left of that field
Yes.
is where the parking lot is, and then the school is way to the left.
Okay.
So when we build a new ROTC building, we need it to be adjacent to campus. This land is on the other side of the football field, on the other side of the practice field, and really far away from campus. So we would make sure that ROTC building is near the core of campus.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a great question.
Well,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
if there's anybody who needs a new building, it's the
Right,
Junior
and-
Navy
and-
ROTC.
Yeah, well, and once I
Yeah.
saw the picture, it made me feel a lot better because as part of this process of building a new high school, we're also have on the roadmap renovating Union Pines and Pinecrest, and so I was really glad to see that because all those renovations are going to take place, and this won't interfere with that. So
Exactly.
that's going to be a big problem.
Let me address that real quick. So, one of the failings that Moore County Schools has had has been wanting to do a big monolithic program. You know, a big monolithic construction. We need $120 million, I made that up, to renovate Union Pines High School. They want big monolithic projects. Well, that's not really how you get money. You get money here and there, right? So the key is it's okay to do stuff incrementally as long as you know what your end state is. So what's really important for this board to do, and I know that Ms. Purvis feels the same way, is we have to define the end state for everything that's on our 10-year strategic plan, whether it's renovation of Union Pines High School, Pinecrest. We need to decide up front what the end state's going to be. And then we can do little small projects as money becomes available where it makes sense, as long as it's working towards what the end state is. Because, we may never get $60 million at once, but we can get $3 million here and $4 million. And you're not wasting it as long as you know what the end state's going to be and everything's done in context with that, i.e., oh crap, we can't do the ROTC building because we just put the IT center there. Well, that's not going to happen. But because, you know, we have a master plan, but that's what the first priority of this board needs to be, is to develop a notional master kind of, okay, here's what we want to do with Union Pines, here's what we want to do with Pinecrest. Then once we have that, we can do these. There's some very low-hanging fruit at Union Pines that could be done, but you don't want to do it until you understand what the end state's going to be.
I think that's perfectly well stated. And I would love, do we have a construction committee coming up? Because that's the kind of work that committee would be doing, I'm assuming.
It would be very easy to fix the queuing at Union Pines, but you got to move the band somewhere. And where are you going to put the band? But where's the permanent place and this and that? But we got to define that, and then we can fix those low-hanging fruit.
Like, yeah, and I think I'd love to see that work come to the board. So, yeah.
I'll
great.
remind the board, when we think along that vein, just because we're there, one of the things this board has to decide, and we need to have board action on a decision endorsing a pathway in terms of construction is, remember there were two options in terms of the high school. Are we gonna, in one fell swoop, do a high school that solves the problem of overcapacity and take Union Pines back to its 1068? Or are you going to expand Union Pines? And so those were the options. And so before we can get to that end state,
Right.
we've got to determine that.
We have
And
to determine the concept of operations.
that's right.
and then,
We've
yeah,
got to
so-
determine that. And so that path has to be determined. And then after that path is determined, we'll be ready to then say, all right, here are the needs. How do we make that happen? And what are steps 1, 2, and 3? Because those will have to be phases. Even with money, they'd have to be phases. Thank you.
But we have to make concrete decisions.
Yeah, we're working on the calendar, so appreciate that very much. Yes, ma'am, thank you. We're at item 4, pending action and discussion, and the first item is exceptional children's contract for services for 26-27. Ms. Purvis.
Yes, thank you so much. We've got Mr. Waters coming in and Sarah Chapman. You have before you some EC contracts for contracted service providers. As we did at our last board meeting, we have included all of these on one executive summary. They have spelled these out in the table for you. Also, they'll be letting you know how many students will be served. So I'll let you take it away, Mr. Waters.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
We do have 4 contracts to bring before you. The first of which is All-American Interpreters for the Deaf. That does serve one student with a hearing impairment, but it also provides interpreting services for parents or students who are deaf. That may be IEP meetings, that may be extracurriculars, maybe sporting events, whatever, parent-teacher conferences even. And we do have them on a sort of almost a retainer where we provide those services. So this is a maximum amount that we built for those services and for the interpreting services for the one student who needs those regularly on a regular basis. The 3 speech contracts, I'm happy to report, we're down to 4 speech language contracts where we had 7 last year. One of these is a part-time SLP, so that is at an amount that would come before you, but the other 3 are here: Refine Communication Services, Holland Therapy Services, and Dysphagia Voice and Therapeutics. These are, Refine is 4 speech pathologists, Holland Therapy Services is 1 SLP, and then 1 speech language pathology assistant who works under her license and provides additional services to that 1 SLP. And then Dysphagia Voice and Therapeutics is 2 SLPs. And some of these we have are full-time, some are part-time therapists, but that takes our stable of therapists to 23 total speech pathologists, 8 of which who will be contracted, and then the 1 contracted SLPA, which is down due to the wonderful fact that we are onboarding 3 Moore County Schools employed SLPs. And through that, we've been able to not renew 2 different one-person LLC speech companies and then 1 individual retired SLP who is no longer, she's going off into full retirement. So we're very excited to be able to fill those with Moore County Schools employed therapists. So that was really, really good news. Hopefully that covers it. We're happy to entertain questions or concerns.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item B, 2026-27 Federal Programs Consolidated Application Funding Overview.
All right, thank you. Dr. Scott is here this afternoon just to give us the funding application breakdown, so I'll have her walk through that. Dr. Scott?
Good evening, afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was partying here. So yes, they have finally given us our planning allotments going into next year for our federal programs, and so I am happy to share these numbers with you. Starting with Title I Part A, which is our basic federal grant for Title I funding. The fund is determined. I have included the formulas for you guys, but I'm going to go over them again just in case because they're clear as mud. Charters, LEA is eligible for basic funding if the number of formula children counted for allocation purposes is at least 10 and greater than 2% of the LEA's total school population of students from 5 to 17. So with these funds in Title I, these support our initiatives for Title I schools, such as our instructional facilitators, our parent liaison/translators, our homeless liaison, and support for our students in foster care and those experiencing homelessness. These funds are distributed to schools that are identified with 40% or higher, either based off free and reduced lunch applications or identified 40% of families under the Department of Health and Human Services. So if they're a community eligible school, they do not take applications, they get that percentage from the Department of Health and Human Services. This coming year, we also have private schools that apply to be eligible to use these funds. We do not have any public or private schools that are using Title I funds. They have not applied for equitable services. We are going down to 11 Title I schools next year. We had one school who fell off because they fell under the 40%. So the schools that will be served this coming year are Aberdeen Elementary, Cameron Elementary, Carthage Elementary, Cranes Creek Middle, Ely's Middle, High Falls Elementary, Robbins Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, Southern Middle, Vast Lakeview Elementary, and Westmore Elementary. West Pine Elementary fell off this year. They were grandfathered this current school year, and so they will fall off this next school year. Under Title II funding, this is supporting effective instruction. Those allocations are based on the following. 20% are distributed based on the relative population of students aged 5 to 17, and then 80% are distributed based off the children of ages 5 to 17 with families from low income below the poverty line. And again, that's a determination through that Department of Health and Human Service reporting or free and reduced lunch application. These funds are utilized to provide professional development to teachers, our new teacher orientation, our beginning teacher support, our More Learning Conference, our professional development for administrators. It hosts our district math specialists, and of course summer curriculum work. It also hosts our employee reimbursement, course reimbursement, so employees that are going to complete their teaching degree or TA to teacher program, we have a reimbursement program to help support that for encouraging these people to stay with us in Moore County. Title III Part A is our English language acquisition. These funds are allocated based on the basis of an annual head count of the LEA schools' limited English proficient students. This includes immigrant students and youth. Each PSU receives an amount in the same proportion that the population of English learners in schools served by the eligible unit bears to the population of English learners in schools served by all eligible units in the state. These funds are used to support our English language learners, materials for our ESL teachers, professional development for our ESL teachers, and of course our very popular Hispanic Family Academies that we host throughout the district several times a year. Title IV Part A is our student support and academic enrichment. Allocations are eligible to LEAs made on the basis of their relative share of funds under Title I Part A for the preceding fiscal year. No LEA may receive an allocation that is less than $10,000. If the funds are insufficient to provide the $10,000 minimum, that is not us, then that would be from the preceding fiscal year. The state must provide each eligible LEA with an allocation and amount that is ratably reduced below $10,000, consistent with Section 4105B. These funds we use to support Connect Academy with the elective courses that our MCS teachers provide to those students. So they take on their regular course load, and they've chosen to teach these students in addition, so we pay them for the support of those students and some MCS electives. We also have funds that we support Connect with some supplies and materials and their software programs that they use for that online program, for that online school. We also help our advanced middle school learners with providing teachers for world history and Math 1. It has also been used this past year and will continue to be for our Follett media software. So this is where our media specialists are able to scan in their libraries within the media centers at each of the schools. And we are also supporting the More Innovative High School as they are getting their feet under them with some supplies and materials as well. Then Title IV Part D is our neglected and delinquent. This used to sit under all the Title I funds. They then pulled it out. So this is, the Education Department calculates this fund based off each state on the October caseload data on the number of children and youth ages 5 through 17 living in local institutions for neglected and delinquent children and adult correctional institutions that the state agency submits to the Education Department. These funds support the work at our Community Learning Center at Pinckney. We provide additional resources to assist with their high-need students in gaining the academic requirements to be successful completers of Moore County schools. It supports the Twilight program for those students who aren't able to come during the day and they come back in the evening. It is how we were able to purchase the Paxton Patterson Lab for them this year. And so we support them through their needs that way. Questions?
Any questions?
Did you, I just did rough math. It looks like our allocation for the upcoming year is increasing about $150,000 overall. Is that correct?
That looks right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just want to point out, you know, there's a lot of people have been wringing their hands and stuff about money saving, cost saving initiatives done by the current administration at the federal level. Oh my God, they're going to dismantle the Department of Education and this and that. That was all hyperbole. You can cut fat, you can cut waste while still ensuring that the money goes to the programs that's needed. And so far, that's an example of this. I mean, despite all the hyperbole, despite all the sky is falling, oh my gosh, they're going to destroy the Department of Education, our funding actually increased this year. But anyway, great presentation, very well organized. Thank you.
I have a
All right.
question
Oh, yes, ma'am.
on the amounts of funding. So most of that increase, which my colleague just pointed out, seems to be in the Title IV-D, which has gone up and down and
Yes,
up.
exactly.
So can you explain some of that variation? What's that based on?
Ms. Phillips and I were sitting here having that conversation out in the hallway. We're not exactly sure unless it's that increase in those students in adult institutions, like they're still under that age of 17, they're still considered students in school districts. And so it's because it's not very clear. They talk about an October caseload. I report the caseload that we have at CLC in October. And so in October, it was about 85 children, but I don't see how that translated into such a big jump. The first year that we also got that big jump, I got no explanation as to why we got that either, but we're going to find a way to use that money because we can.
And there was also a drop that you undoubtedly
Right,
had to adapt to.
Right, like the first one, it was small, and then it went up, and I was like, oh, okay. And then it went down again, and it's tough to plan that way, right, if you don't know what's coming each year. I'm thankful for it, but yes. So I'm not 100% clear why we're having that.
The one thing we do know with CLC is that that population is not stable.
Correct.
And so sometimes you have years where you have a large number of students who are starting back there again next year. Sometimes you have years where there's just one or two that are staying next year. So it depends on how many students, actually come in before she has to turn that number in October. So there is just a huge swing in variability with the amount of students because that just depends on student needs and student population at the time. That's really unpredictable with CLC.
Okay, do I understand correctly that students are referred to CLC throughout the year? So we could have students there that are not part of our planning the previous year?
Correct.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right.
The population of CLC remains roughly the same. Students rotate in and out, right? It doesn't just grow throughout the year. Students are returned back.
Well, it's not always full, so each school has a certain number of seats. Sometimes you max out those seats. Sometimes you have 4 or 5 seats open that you're not using. And so that population isn't really stable. You do have a certain number that I'm sure Ms. Wilson and Dr. Scott could tell us, oh, we generally at least keep this many. But sometimes we max that population out in the number of seats that we provide, and then sometimes you have available seats.
All right.
Well, I,
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
No, you're good.
So the Title II, I also noticed that jumped over 10,
Mhm.
12-ish%. And in the description, it kind of details that goes to the percentage of population living below the poverty line. So
Mhm.
does that indicate that we have a high percentage of students that are living below that line? Or
So
is that
I did some homework on that.
Okay.
So what I can tell you is each year during this application period, I have to submit one time out of the year, like, pick the best fit out of the year as to what our numbers are and what's going to support our schools the best, right? So I'm looking to see how much support I can get from most of those schools. So that number is always slightly a year behind, okay? So last year's number that was reported, out of 12,853 students, we had 5,284 for the month that I reported, okay? For this year, when I just recently filled this out, but won't be based off this funding, right? Out of 12,740 students, we had 4,798. So I suspect I could see a change next year with that dip. I do also would say it depends on those families who are willing to go get that help and that service at DHHS.
Right.
Right, I think that plays a factor in that. So I don't know if the number is ever truly 100% accurate for some families who may not be comfortable seeking that assistance.
That was very helpful. But that also kind of makes my jaw drop a little bit. So 5,284 in that previous year of our 12,853 students are living under the poverty line as defined by
Based off either free and
federal-
reduced lunch application or support through Department of Health to Human Services.
That's something people need to understand about
Yes,
the work
sir.
we're doing in our schools.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. We support them all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Scott.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Ms.
hard work.
Phillips.
All right, item C, out-of-state field trips.
Thank you. We usually have Dr. Capps, but today we have Ms. Sinan filling in for Dr. Capps, so we'll let you take it away on these 2 Union Pines JROTC field trips.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, everyone. There's 2 out-of-state field trips that Union Pines Junior ROTC has asked to attend. Their leadership team has requested to go to the Leadership Academy at the State Military Reservation in Virginia Beach, Virginia on June 20th, 2026. While there, they are going to learn about leadership positions while also participating in hands-on training and demonstrations aligned with the mission of the Navy JROTC program. The second request from Union Pines JROTC, they are requesting to visit the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in Parris Island, South Carolina, September 30th through October 2nd. While they're there, they will stay in the military barracks. They'll eat in the chow hall, tour the base, watch and participate in recruit training activities, and learn about the Marine Corps and their contribution to American history. Sounds like Mr. Hensley would like to be a chaperone.
Brandon over there, pretty big.
No, I just participate in recruit training activities. I can assure you is nowhere near as fun as that might sound.
Ms. Sinan, we did have a follow-up question from our board in terms of JROTC. They are fortunate, they are able to have a lot of field trips. Could you just talk to us about how that funding stream works for JROTC trips?
Sure. So there's a lot of different ways that they pay for these trips. First off, all of our ROTC programs have booster clubs. So at Pinecrest, they have a booster club, and also at Union Pines, they have a booster club, just like our other programs do. So athletics, our musical theater, things like that, they all have those booster programs. So they do a lot of fundraising through those booster programs. They also have some funding that is done through the school. So depending on what the trip is, depending on what they're doing, sometimes the school will pick that up based on the funding that they have available. We also have from the district, part of our local funding goes towards competitions for our high schools. And so there's a portion of that that they can use for that piece as well for competitions, not just for ROTC, but for other clubs and things that are going on trips for competitions.
So although the competition piece really doesn't apply to these, there are many JROTC field trips that are competition.
Correct.
And we've, funded from schools in the district in terms of theater nationals and band competitions out of state or in state, so that type of thing. So multiple funding streams. Thank you, Ms. Simon.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, item D, E-rate Category 2 purchases projects for 2026.
Yes, ma'am. We have Director Kent Eklund coming up. He's going to walk you through those things that we need to do in terms of infrastructure and licensing. We are bringing this to you a little bit early. He'll talk to you about that. This usually comes in August. Funding has not come through yet, but what we wanted to do is preload this, because as soon as funding comes through, then Mr. Eklund can have all this in place, ready to roll and jump on it. So he'll talk to you a little bit about that. But Mr. Eklund, if you would, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Purvis. Much nicer to say
Thank you,
than
sir.
interim superintendent. Yes, thank you. So yes, as she explained, we're presenting this to you so that we can get approval. So as soon as we receive the FCC funding commitment decision letters, if those could come tomorrow, they come in waves, they do regular waves of the funding. If we receive this during the summer, then it will let us move forward and do some of this infrastructure work before school comes back. So the things that are listed on this include our network licensing that covers the software to support the network infrastructure itself. All of these items, they're covered, 80% is covered through the FCC E-rate program. And then because we go through the state mini bid process, the remaining 20% is covered by the state 073 funds. So this is essentially fully funded, but we present it to you because the total commitment is over the approval threshold that we need to come to the board for. So to go through the list of items, the network licensing is, STEP was the company that was selected. The total cost of $157,547.19. That's for the coverage date for 1 year of licensing for our network software and support. Uninterruptible power supplies, those provide the backup power for, we have temporary dropouts of power at the schools, the network infrastructure stays up, and that's critical because now phone systems, security, all those things are actually running off the network now. To do the next refresh cycle of those, the total cost of that is $61,780.93. Switching, there's a large portion of that because we're on the next cycle of hardware. The E-rate goes in 5-year cycles, so we are now into the next 5-year cycle where to have equipment that covers the latest features and then gives us another 5 to 10 years of support. We've mapped out all the equipment that we would need to be replaced. That total cost would be $755,500.47. And then one of the things in particular we would like to accomplish as much as we can during the summer, if we get the funding, is the wiring infrastructure. That's to take care of cases where temporary cables had been run to outside buildings with copper instead of proper buried fiber. We continue to remove any kind of network equipment that's in a classroom that would interfere with classroom instructions and put them in properly secured data racks around the schools. The projects for the upcoming year would be East Middle School, New Century Middle School, Northmore High School, Pinecrest High School, and Union Pines High School. The total cost of that would be $616,972.84. And again, the E-rate portion of those is 80% covered and then 20% through the state 073 funds. So, here for any questions you may have.
Would you explain switching to me?
So switching is it's a network device that the network cables plug into. Like you have a network cable from a device plugs into a switch that's sitting in a cabinet. So if we went into a network cabinet, you'd see stacks and stacks of switches.
Okay.
And that's how the network gets from the device out to the internet.
They're special switches?
Well, it's not something that you would go and buy from Best Buy. There's things that they're enterprise level where you provide, not to get too much in the weeds, but some of the things we can do is secure at the level. So you say somebody walked up to a port and plugged something in. We don't know what that device is. It has no network access. So that's the kind of thing what we do, advanced things on the network.
Well, that is fascinating, and thank you for all your hard work.
No, thank you.
Getting all
I
that
just
organized.
want to commend you
Oh,
on
yeah.
that excellent response to that question.
Yes.
It's a switch.
Mr. Hensley.
I have I have one question on the recurring network licensing, right? It looks like it's $157,000 per year. Are we currently paying network licensing for our existing device? Is this in addition to existing licenses?
This is specifically for the network equipment and
Understand.
the support and the security on the network infrastructure itself.
Understand,
This is-
but is this so? This is additional equipment, so this is an additional $157,000 we're gonna have to pay each year going forward.
It is the recurring cost of the
Correct.
licensing for the network infrastructure.
Correct.
So
And that's in addition to whatever recurring costs we have right now, because this is new equipment?
No,
or
no, no.
Is it replacing?
The licensing, basically, as we replace the hardware, you have a support at a certain level of infrastructure.
Right.
So as the hardware gets replaced, you continue the support support licensing is separate from the hardware, for instance. It's like, yeah.
No, I understand. What I'm trying to ask is this gonna be an additional $157,000 we have to budget for each year going forward? Or is it offsetting licensing that you're paying for the existing equipment that you're replacing?
It's a recurring cost. So for instance, we paid for licensing last year. We're gonna have
Right.
to pay for licensing this year. We have to pay for licensing the subsequent
So
years.
this licensing the licensing for this equipment is replacing equipment that we're currently paying a license
Essentially,
for. So
it's
a
renewal
wash.
of, it's basically a yearly renewal of the
And we've
support cost.
identified how we're gonna pay that going forward?
It's all through the E-rate. This is E-rate supported, so it's the continued, it's part of the E-rate category 2 funding. So this is going to be 80% through the FCC E-rate and then 20% through 073. So this is not an additional, this is not having to come out of district local funds or anything, but it's just because of the total cost, it's something that the board has to approve.
So
Assuming the E-rate program happens in 27, 28, and 28, 29, and 29,
Right,
30.
yeah. There are, there are no concerns. There was the major court case that that E-rate was continued, that they said, yes, we're going to continue with the E-rate program. So it's in 5-year cycles. So we can safely assume that there is a continued 5 years of E-rate program as it
Okay,
is
all
now.
right,
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you, Mr.
thank
Eklund.
you.
Thank you.
And technology software licensing?
Yep, that is Mr.
item?
Eklund as well.
Yes.
So we'll go right into him, and we'll talk about Microsoft, Google, and Gaggle.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is something that we do have to pay out of our local funds, and some of this is supported by some state funding. But again, these are things that we have identified funding for in the technology local funds. The Microsoft EES licensing, that's a renewal of the licensing that we need for our Microsoft, the Windows servers and the Windows licensing for the network logins that we have here in the district. Just as we did last year, we're doing this on a yearly basis because we're evaluating sort of the long-term needs of what we have, Google versus Microsoft. But currently, with our infrastructure, this is the level of licensing we need to maintain for the coming year. Our Google Workspace for Education Plus, because we are heavily invested in the Google environment, we see no changes with that happening over the next 3 years. We're requesting an approval for a 3-year commitment for that because that saves the district a significant amount. I think the total amount saved over that 3-year commitment would be $12,686.75. And if you excuse me, I didn't give you did I give you the total price for Microsoft? I should have stated that, $78,560.37 from our Technology Local Fund 8. Our Google Workspace for Education Plus, that's a 3-year commitment. Again, the savings by doing the 3-year agreement, we only pay on a yearly basis, but we do a 3-year commitment, and we fully expect to stay within the Google environment for the next 3 years. Again, the savings of $12,000. Our fiscal year 27 cost is $67,188.42. The fiscal year 28 and 29 cost, it goes up slightly, but not as much as if we had done this on a yearly basis. That's $74,673.80. Google gives us savings on the licensing and the actual cost increase if we make a 3-year commitment. And the last thing on this is the Gaggle Safety Platform, what we use to monitor the student email and their Google Drive for any safety concerns. Unfortunately, Dr. Capps couldn't be here. She could speak to many examples of where this is. We get alerts when a student does something that either is inappropriate, where it just needs to have a conversation with somebody in guidance or school administration, or it's something to the level where this is an immediate threat and somebody needs to get on the phone immediately and provide some support to that student. And we have had examples of that. This is normally funded by NCDPI. There's actually a state law that that provides $2.2 million to fund this statewide. We don't know, they do a yearly interest form for this, so we don't know until we move forward what our exact commitment from the district would be. Last year, it was $12,000. So we are anticipating, it's a $65,000 total cost. We're anticipating approximately $15,000 that we would have to come from local funds. But again, the whole contract is for $65,000, so we need to seek your approval to move forward.
I will just add on Gaggle, that is not just in effect when we are in the school day. Folks get alerts if it is at night, on the weekend, during the summer. That is monitored 24/7 so that we can be aware if we have students in need and something needs to be addressed. So,
Just to clarify before everyone panics, it's monitored on Moore County school devices.
correct.
Anything we issue to a student has
Correct.
this.
Yes, sir.
Do we put it on staff,
No.
No,
students?
just
Students.
student.
Do we have any reports on, on the monitoring, things that they've turned up?
Yeah, they have good summary reports, and we could follow up with a report to the board of the things that the issues that we sent. Again, the 2 different levels of questionable content and possible student situations. So
Things like suicide and self-harm and violence, seems like and drugs as well, be useful to have an idea
yeah,
how much they're picking up.
I can include that in a weekly board update.
Thank you.
Well, again, thank you for your hard work and diligence.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you very much. And board members.
And
y'all
hopefully we'll have a
doing
new
okay?
building for you. Like
Y'all
third
doing
time's a
okay?
charm's what I've heard.
Yes, thank everyone for their work on that. That's been.
Thank you, Mr. Esplin. Thank you,
We're
Ms.
on
Lowry.
my- Let's get through this last one, item F, and then we'll take break. Well, on this page.
We're getting to the end of this page,
Yeah, on
right?
this page. Yeah.
All right, we have
So
Ms.
item F.
Edmonds here to give us the amended budget resolution for 4th quarter. Ms. Edmonds?
First, I want to say congratulations.
Thank you,
I was not in
ma'am.
here. This is our amended 25-26 budget resolution for the 4th quarter. This does go through allotment revision 69. For state public school funds, we're at $103,588,518. This was an increase of $121,987. For local current fund, we're at $41,955,151, and there was no change. For federal program fund, we are at $11,109,679. This is an increase of $256,305. For local capital fund, we're at $4,347,374. There was no change. School nutrition fund is at $9,010,100. There is no change. The after-school care fund is at $1,500,000. There is no change. And our local operations fund is at $13,397,000, which is an increase of $1,276,799. Our total amended budget is at $184,907,822. This is an increase of $1,655,091. We'll take a look at the budget revision details. Starting with state funds, the increase was $121,987.04 total. For an 001, makes up between 001 and 056, that's the majority of that increase. For 001, there was a $33,285 increase, which was for new teacher orientation. And then 056 was $73,841, which was some equipment contingency allotment and an allocation of reserve funds for April 1st. Any questions about the state revision details?
Yes, I'd like to make an observation. A good accountant never says that's close enough. Ever, ever, ever. I've had an accountant who's my brother, who's a CPA, who told me, oh, that's close enough. Never a good thing to hear from an accountant. I'd like to point out that we got a $180 million budget, and there's a 4-cent adjustment on here. That's the sign of a good accounting department.
We have the best. For our federal program fund, that was an increase of $256,305. I do want to point out in PRC 49 and 50, there were reductions. For 49, there was a grant year 25 supplemental allotment and a grant year 26 reallocations, along with the CEIS unit adjustments and approvals. Then for Title I 050, there was a $13,264 adjustment, which was the difference in our projected versus our actual revenues. The majority of that $256,305 increase was from PRC 060, which was at $262,806. That was for a grant year 25 supplemental allotment and grant year 26 reallocations. Any questions about federal programs revision details? Last, the Fund 8, we did have a $1,276,798.99 increase. The majority of that comes from PRC 305, which is our Medicaid outreach reimbursement. It was at $1,160,563.70 that we received, I think it was 2 weeks ago. But I did want to point out this was Medicaid reimbursement for 24-25. And it was our LEA cost settlement that was from 2021 to 2026. And this is why we have always said that Fund 8 is unreliable as far as a source for ongoing expenses, because the money does come in at unpredictable times. Any questions about Fund 8?
I think we need to thank our Union Pines band booster contribution and all of our booster clubs. You see, they contributed $10,000 for the artificial turf. I think we should thank all of our booster clubs and the parents and the people who work really hard to contribute. And I mean, whether it's ROTC or athletics or whatever, our booster clubs, they work really hard to raise that money, and it's awesome.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Hensley.
Now we'll take a look at our projected fund balance. This was as of Friday, May 29th. We did, on this first page, you can see we did have projected a loss of $641,343.91. If we can go to the next tab, or maybe the second page, I'm not really sure. So this is our fund balance as of June 30th was $4,651,054.17. We had assigned for inventories of $310,746.29, and assigned fund balance for fiscal year 25-26, this fiscal year, $1,855,132.59, making our unassigned fund balance $2,485,175.29. Our balance sheet as of Friday, May 29th, was a net gain of $2,690,794. Our projected revenues through June 30th are $3,372,132.29. Our projected expenses through June 30th are $6,704,270.20, making our projected fund balance loss $641,343.91. Our projected unused fund balance from 25-26, which is basically your assigned fund balance less your fund balance loss, is $1,213,788.68. Then we have unassigned fund balance of the $2,485,175.29, which makes our projected fund balance for June 30th, it says 2025, but it's 2026, sorry, I just caught that, $3,698,963.97. When you take away the $2 million floor, that leaves $1,698,963.97 projected above the $2 million floor.
If we could scroll up to the top of this document under expected revenues, county fines and forfeitures, and I have a question for Mr. Schwartz. So state law, traffic fines get paid to the school districts, right? Right. I want to point something out that I've been thinking about for the last couple of years. So I'm zooming along, someone's zooming along in their car. They get clocked doing 80 miles an hour in a 45, right? And say they're facing a big fine, $1,500, $2,000. They hire an attorney. They pay the attorney. The attorney goes to court, and it gets pled down from 80 and a 45, which would be $2,000, to improp broken speedometer, which is a $50 fine, plus court costs. So when these things get pled down, the only people who lose are the school districts. The money gets the attorney gets their money, right? The court system absolutely gets their court costs, right? The person who hired the attorney saves on the fine, but more importantly, they save on their points. The only person who gets screwed in this whole thing is the school district. When speeding tickets get pled down and violations get pled down, the school districts suffer. That's a conversation to have with the district attorney and the district attorney staff, because every single one that gets pled down takes money out of our pocket. And don't get me wrong, I've done that before, right? I mean, maybe we all have. But, well, okay, some of us have, or at least admit it. But that's because the school district doesn't have a seat at the table, right? If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. The court system makes sure they get their money. The attorneys get their money. The only money coming out of someone's pocket is out of the school district's pocket. Just FYI.
You could argue that it has impacts on highway safety as well, that actually enforcing the law might cause more people to follow it.
I'm just speaking in my role as a school board member. But yes.
Any other questions for Ms. Edmonds? All right.
Thank
you
you,
very
Ms.
much.
Edmonds. She is the next item as well.
Oh, okay, we'll wait. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get
So
Ms. Edmonds, sorry.
We
Thank
can
you.
just let her do the one
Yes,
more, then that way we
absolutely.
won't have her waiting.
All right, whenever you're ready.
All right, so this next item is our risk management coverage plans for 26-27. Ms. Edmonds will walk through the changes on those for next year. Ms. Edmonds?
We'll start with the property coverage, which is currently through the North Carolina Department of Insurance. And I do want to start off by saying what you would have seen this weekend, these numbers have changed. Some of this is hot off the press. I think it was 11 a.m. this morning I went in and talked with Jenny about Superintendent Purvis.
That's fine.
About, I went in and talked to her about some changes. Yes, yes, yes. So this is new information, and it's actually a lot better. So whenever we get to those, we can look at the old ones if we need to. But the property insurance coverage, the cost, this is currently through the North Carolina Department of Insurance. The cost is $231,082 in premium for fiscal year 27 on the $518 million in property. Our coverage is for buildings and contents. There is no increase for premium compared to the prior year. Automobile and inland marine coverage is currently through Utica National Insurance Group, and Surrey is the broker. The cost is $103,932,000 in premium for 26-27. $95,252 is for automobile, and $8,680 is for inland marine. The schools do pay for the premiums for their vehicles, and the coverage is for vehicles and equipment. This is a decrease of $3,546 in premium compared to the prior year. This includes coverage for Chromebooks that is required by the lease agreement. General liability, currently covered through the North Carolina School Board's trust. The cost is $72,767 in premium, including law enforcement liability for 26-27. Coverage for errors, omissions, and general liability. This is an increase of $12,002 in premiums compared to the prior year.
Is the law enforcement liability, is that because of we have our own police department, so that we should get an adjustment of that, right?
That's
Starting
correct,
on
yes.
January, thank you.
Then we have cyber security, currently covered through Chubb, and it's also Surrey Insurance is the broker. The cost is $23,203 in premium for 26-27. The coverage is for a $2 million limit with a $10,000 retention. This is a decrease of $500 in premium compared to the prior year. And I do want to say this, I have been told several times we have some of the cheapest cybersecurity of any school system around, and that is because of our technology department. Our workers' comp coverage is currently through Employers Mutual Casualty. Surrey Insurance is the broker. The cost is $215,520 in total for 26-27, and that coverage is for workers' compensation. This is a decrease of $1,465 in premium compared to the prior year. Our modifier rate did increase from 0.93 to 1.13. Fidelity bonds currently through Western Surrey and Employers Mutual Casualty Insurance. Surrey Insurance is the agent. The cost is $175 for the premium. The coverage is for the finance officer bond of $100,000 with Western Surrey Insurance and an employee blanket bond of $50,000 with Employers Mutual Casualty Insurance. There's no increase in premium compared to the prior year. As per General Statute 115C-442, legislation requires bonding of the finance officer and employees who have custody of public money. The student accident coverage is through Chubb Limited. The agent is Young Group and Mutual of Omaha, which is the North Carolina Department of Insurance. The cost is $33,586. Currently through Chubb Limited, $26,586, and then Mutual of Omaha is $7,018. The coverage is for all students and all athletes for any school-sponsored event and any supervised event up to $25,000 limit. In addition, middle school athletes are covered under catastrophic student accident coverage with policy limits up to $5 million with Chubb Limited. Middle and high school athletes are covered under a catastrophic student accident insurance policy sponsored by the North Carolina Department of Insurance, and the cost with Chubb has not increased in premium compared to the prior year. The cost did increase with Mutual of Omaha just because we had separated High Falls, Elise, and Westmore by location in total. And then with CTE, the OSC student accident coverage is through NCDPI. There's a cost of $14.69 in premium for additional work-based learning coverage supporting our CTE and occupational course of study students. This coverage is sponsored by the North Carolina Department of Instruction. Coverage is a work-based learning policy designed for job shadowing, internship, co-ops, and health science education programs. General liability coverage includes a $1 million occurrence, $3 million aggregate, and $15,000 medical expenses for students. We have our student field trip and volunteer coverage through NCSBA. The cost is $3,357 in premiums for 26-27, is $1,657 for student field trip coverage, and $1,700 for volunteer accident coverage. And this coverage is sponsored through the North Carolina School Boards Association. Coverage is for pre-K through 6th grade, same-day field trip accident insurance program with a $2,500 coverage limit. Coverage for non-student adult volunteers in either on or off-site capacity. The volunteer coverage includes a $5,000 limit per occurrence. There is no increase in premium compared to the prior year. Our estimated cost in Fund 8 PRC 802 is $215,520 for workers' comp. Fund 2 PRC 711 is $7,018 for student accident coverage. Fund 2 for PRC 802 is $54,772. That's for our CTE, student accident coverage, cyber security, fidelity bonds, student accident, and student field trip and volunteer coverage. And then Fund 2 for PRC 833 is for $407,000 $781.29. That is for automobile and inland marine coverage, general liability, property coverage, with a total cost for all district risk management policies, $685,091.29. This represents a $6,491 or less than 1% increase compared to the prior year.
I just want to say kudos to Ms. Edmonds. We had an increase that was much larger on our original figures, and she did reach out to get updated quotes from other competitors, circle that back to our folks who then actually beat that. And so kudos for her for not taking that increase without checking around and making sure we could do better. And then thank you to our folks who are currently serving us for meeting that and beating that. So appreciate you, Ms. Edmonds.
Thank you so very much. All right. Do we want to keep going, or do you want a 5-minute? All right. Okay. 3 items. Let's keep going. All right. Item H, child nutrition, 26, 27 bid awards for general groceries, beverages, etc. I'm going to leave it at that. Ms. Purvis.
All right, we have Dr. Patterson here. She's going to go over those bids for child nutrition. You know, we bring this forward each year. There's a little something different. We did have a reduction in one, so she's going to talk to you about that reduction and why that came into play. So, Dr. Patterson, if you just give us an overview of each item.
Okay, and several of these are going to be bid renewals for this year, with the understanding that these are estimated costs, just like when we discuss our next item, that if it goes up, it's within her budget, but it's all based on usage each year. So the first one is with general groceries, with Cisco receiving last year the 25-26 bid award in the amount of $1,924,465.32, and has requested to renew the bid for this upcoming school year at a reduced rate of $1,438,523.52. And again, this reduction reflects projected usage based on actual usage during the 25-26 school year. And to explain that, Ms. Taylor, explained to me that they are now using the USDA for more foods. It is free for fruits, vegetables, and meat. And they're also doing this, like what she said, more scratch cooking. And so that's ingredients, which is less than the processed foods or processed packaging from Cisco. Okay.
So the result of that, and I really am thankful for Ms. Taylor for pushing that, is that with that cooking, you're getting single food ingredients. They are much cheaper than buying prepackaged, pre-made something that you warm up. But on the flip side of that, although they are cheaper, they are more nutritious and the students enjoy them more. So I appreciate her and her staff putting that effort in to do that.
Yeah, I just thank you for explaining that. That's a huge
And the-
savings and better for kids.
The labor needed to make it doesn't cancel out the benefit.
It does not.
That's good. I have a question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So if the bid for next year is less based on usage this year, does that mean we might get a partial refund this year, or do we just pay the bid amount? How does that work?
We only pay what we use.
We only pay what we use.
And so this would be what they're expecting for us to use, but if we don't utilize that, we only pay what we get.
Okay, so the bid last year, or for the current year that's coming to an end, was 1.9 million, and
Based on how much we used, they said, we don't think you'll use that much next year, we need to drop that.
and so we actually did not pay 1.9 million this year.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Let me jump in and make a comment. So this is a good news story, and this is a story that we should tell, because the last 5 years I've been on this board, we have steadily improved food quality. And I remember when I first got elected to the board, I made a comment. I said, we're going to look at everything from academics to this to that. We're even going to look at food. And the editors of the pilot made fun of me. You can go back and read an editorial. Oh, Hensley said he's going to improve food quality. And you know what? We've done it. We have you can ask Ms. Purvis, we have significantly, this board and this central office, there's been a couple major upgrades of food quality. And we need to keep pushing on that, because we need healthy young people. We need to teach people how to eat properly, and we teach people how to eat properly by feeding them properly. And people have gotten, the public has gotten more demanding on food ingredients and this and that. So we thank you, food service people, and we need to continue to push for healthy, cook from scratch meals. So not only are students eating healthy, but we're teaching them to eat healthy as well. Very, very important. And this has been a huge success story for Moore County Schools. I'm not sure, I think we need to talk about it more.
Thank you, sir.
Definitely kudos for Miss Bliss Taylor.
Yes.
I won't take any
We
credit
might
for
need to
that.
have
And
her
more
visit us.
variety and stuff too,
Yeah.
more choices.
All right, the next one is beverages, and it is a renewal from Pepsi Bottling Ventures. They received a 25-26 bid at a bottom line of $32,581.31, as requested, renewed the same bid for this upcoming school year. That's a renewal. Ice cream, an invitation to submit bids for ice cream for the 26-27 school year was issued through the North Carolina Procurement Alliance. The bid opening was held on May 12, 2026 at the McKimmon Center. One vendor responded to the bid request, the Hershey Company, with a bottom line bid of $83,909.80. Actual costs will depend on product usage. Ice cream freezers at each school site will be provided and maintained by the vendor, with those costs included in the unit pricing. Child Nutrition recommends the approval for the ice cream bid for Hershey. For chemicals, this is a renewal. Cefale, pronounce that correctly, will continue maintaining the minimum inventory of products at the Child Nutrition Central Warehouse. The department will be billed monthly as products are delivered to the district's 22 school sites. Separate invoices and statements will be provided for each site. The vendor will also supply, install, and maintain dispensing units at no additional cost. Supplies, Southeastern Paper Group was awarded to the 25-26 Child Nutrition Supplies bid in the amount of $189,762.43 and has requested to renew the bid for the 26-27 school year at a reduced amount of $169,377.79. The reduction reflects projected usage based on actual usage during the 25-26 school year. I asked Ms. Bliss to give me an example, and she said, for example, we got rid of some things that we're not using anymore, and that example of that was full wrap, individual full wrap. Milk is a renewal for this upcoming school year, April 12th, 2022. Moore County Schools Child Nutrition opened bids for milk for the 22-23 school year. Mayola Local Dairies was the lowest bottom line bidder and was awarded the contract. Mayola has agreed to renew the contract for 26-27 school year at the same price of 29 cents per unit. And the last one's produce is another renewal. Honeycutt Produce received the original bid award in 23-24 with a cost plus delivery fee of $2 per case. The vendor is seeking a second renewal for the 26-27 school year using produce pricing based on the week of February 24th through the 28th, 2026, while maintaining the same delivery fee of $2 per case. All right, and as I mentioned, the estimated cost, any increase is projected to fit within the Child Nutrition Department operating budget.
And again, all of these items are based on usage, so we pay for what we use in each of these areas. Thank you, Dr. Patterson.
This is not a budget
I'm sorry.
question, but I have a question about school nutrition.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we doing any kind of monitoring on uptake? You know, children are kind of famous for not eating vegetables and things like that. So we're putting this great food in front of them. Are we collecting data on whether they eat it?
Well, I don't think so. And the reason that I say that is because we could ask cafeteria line workers to tell us what they put on each plate, but it would require us visiting student tables to notice, do they actually eat it? So even though it's put on the plate, we can't know if those green beans disappeared or not, if that makes sense. That
I
would be
wonder if we
hard
could
data to gather.
think a little about some kind of sampling, because as you know, Mr. Hensley suggested, we want to improve the quality of food, but it's really only effective if it gets eaten by the students.
One thing I would say is that Ms. Taylor has worked really hard to work with student focus groups to determine what they would like to eat. And so working within the areas of, hey, if we're providing something hot for breakfast, if we're providing these things for lunch, what is it that you would eat? And she has guidelines that, you know, allow for, we're not talking about convenience foods here, but things that we would make. So she did work with student focus groups. I think that our uptick that we saw in student participation tells us that students are eating it, because the amount of students who are eating really started to rise when we started to see that they had more choices. Yeah, so we do have that piece of data. That is a piece of data we do have. Yes, ma'am.
We don't have this year's data, of course, because school's not over, but from 23, 24 to 24, 25, it increased significantly. So that's some
great
good data.
news.
So I have Mr. Nelson here with me.
All right. Item I, fuel requisition for transportation. Good to see you today.
So he is here just in case y'all ask some weeds questions that I don't know, because this is a new process. Okay, so this, at the request of the auditors, we are implementing a new process for handling transportation fuel purchase orders. Currently, purchase orders are opened and invoices are paid on a weekly basis. Given that the total annual cost of fuel is well over $50,000, which is our threshold, we are requesting approval for $831,000 in fuel purchases for the 26-27 school year to align budgeting practices better and streamline the purchasing process. If the cost of fuel exceeds, and we hope it doesn't, $831,000, the item will be returned to the board for contract amendment. And this has significantly increased this school year.
And this $831,000 is based off of current, right now, gas prices, which have gone up. And so we would hope that we won't see anything go over this 831. Mr. Nelson might lose his hair, but I love that boy. But it is based on these current prices. So that, just in case you have a question, you know, will this be even more since gas prices are rising? This is one of the reasons that number is so high.
I'm glad we got an opportunity to review this. We've never looked at fuel contracts before. I've got a few questions, if I could. So I assume this includes the diesel for the buses?
Yeah, this is
That's the
just
vast
diesels for
majority
the
of it.
buses. Yeah, this is all diesel.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
is no gas,
This is no gas. This is
gas.
all diesel.
So how do you purchase it? Do you, I mean, do you go to a fleet place to get it, or you
It's
don't?
through Go Energies. It's a tractor trailer load. We go through a tractor trailer load of fuel a week.
And we have a tank here?
Yeah, we have two 10,000 in-ground tanks.
And the buses come here to fill up?
No, we have two fuel trucks.
That go out and
we
fill
have
them up.
a fuel truck and a spare fuel truck. So we go out every day. We have a fuel truck driver that fuels each bus. We use somewhere around 1,100 gallons of fuel per day.
And they go to the schools?
Yeah,
Do
we
they do
do.
that in the morning, or they do it during the
They're-
day?
While we have to do it while they're parked during the day. So
Yeah.
you've got that window from like 8:30 to 2 o'clock when they're firing back up to fuel. We do half the county one day and the other half the other day.
Do government entities have to pay the road tax? Is this tax or untaxed
we
diesel?
pay tax, but we pay a discounted rate on it.
Okay, so you pay a
we
part.
get what they call a state contract price on the fuel. So we don't pay what you pay at the pump, but we do pay the tax.
So roughly, what's the current price for a gallon of diesel? We put in our bus?
$4.62, I think, was the last I saw.
$4.62.
I
And there's
think
a state contract bus that or tanker that delivers it, or we
Well,
contract
it's
with
through
the
Go
driver?
Energies. There's multiple companies that do this. Go Energies is just the company that they've been diehard. They've been here when everybody else didn't have fuel. We had fuel. They know when we need fuel. It's clockwork. They know they'll call us if we don't call them in time. Hey, you're due for a load. But I mean, we've used them. But with fuel, luckily there is the state contract piece that you can look at vendors, but usually you end up hurting yourself if you start looking too deep into vendors because you'll end up without fuel.
Okay, thank you.
Those are
What
great
is the
questions.
cruise range on a school bus?
Do what?
What is the cruise range on a school bus?
It's different because you have different size tanks. So 100-gallon tank's going to go 700 miles.
I think you're glad you brought him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have asked that if he wasn't here.
I did. I did wonder, it's at the request of the auditors. So what did the auditors find that made us?
It's because it's over 50,000.
Oh, okay.
Supposed to get it.
That's the
our
request.
threshold. That's right.
Okay.
It'd be 21,000 a week.
Right.
So, you know, but it's one big contract.
So they'll bring it before the board just to cover bases and, okay, great. And did I hear you say almost double the cost?
Yeah, we went from earlier this year, we were paying, $2.32 a gallon, and then we're up to we paid up to $4.71.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
And I just want to mention that is out of state PRC 056 fund.
Which are transportation.
Thank you for looking after us. We really appreciate all that.
He does a terrific job. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nelson.
Is the state fund, just a quick alibi real quick, is the state funding for buses, fuel for buses has to be tied to the price of fuel, right? I assume that if fuel goes up, we get more money from the state.
Yeah, to an extent, they're gonna look at it, they're gonna give us, like this year, we got a small adjustment, which I think Tina had mentioned in her, budget report, where they had sent some money to kinda help us offset. It wasn't enough, but it helps. So yeah, when fuel goes up, usually they'll do some sort of a contingency to offset that cost, the best that they can.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
And our last item on this part, almost, approval of engineering design services agreement.
Yep,
Turn it
again, Dr. Patterson. So thank you. She's bringing forward the McGill contract. You'll remember that you authorized, the board authorized us to use McGill, but they had to do some investigation to figure out exactly how much that contract was going to cost for them to do that engineering work. So today, she's reviewing the cost of that work. Dr. Patterson?
Yes, because we said we would bring it back if it was over 50,000, and it is. And so remember, this is for West Pine Middle and Sand Hills Farm Life Elementary School. Due to the complexity of the project, the design phase is expected to require approximately 60 to 90 days to complete planning, permitting, and equipment selection with a preference for a submersible system design. The current timeline anticipates advertising the project for bids in January of 2027 for a period of 30 days to allow adequate time for contractor participation and to help ensure that Moore County Schools receives a sufficient number of competitive bids or responses. So that is not going to be this summer, obviously. That was our plan, but that turnaround time cannot happen that quickly. And so we are looking at next summer possibly. We are using our R&R lottery funds for these projects, but their fee for those two pump stations is $115,000. And again, as I mentioned, this funding will come from the R&R funds, from the public lottery funds. So the estimate, the amount of, not estimated, the cost for them is $115,000.
I do just want to note, you'll see she has in here that we're requesting submersible pumps. We have found that we have much less trouble with those. Our guys have to go out and monitor those above ground. They have to do that daily. The submersible pumps are more expensive, but in the long run, less expensive in terms of upkeep, monitoring, and equipment failure.
And our schools will be okay until next
And
summer.
if they're not, then we will have to rent.
Okay.
So we hope they limp along, but.
Worst case scenario, we'll rent some pumps.
Mhm.
Okay. There's always a plan. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you,
All right.
Dr. Patterson.
Thank you. All right, board members, we've had a great.
Well, I'm
did
sorry.
you
I
have
have
a-
a,
oh, I'm
yeah.
so
Why,
sorry.
so why,
Yeah.
Ms. Purvis? Why was this much higher than expected?
Number one, they felt like the complexity of this, moving from above ground to submersible, having that conversation about let's change it. So we're not just doing a like-for-like replacement. Had we gone with that like-for-like replacement, it would have been more in alignment with what we were thinking. But after talking, after the problems that we've had at New Century with those that we put in above ground that we are still battling with, we've decided, taking a look at our whole system, all of those pumps that we have, and we've determined that although this is going to cost more to engineer, because it's a total redo and it's something different, it's not like for like, and it'll cost more to put it in, we're seeing that those submersible pumps are really being more efficient. We're not having to work on them. And so we kind of changed the direction from a like for like switch out, which is what we did on the last ones. We based that initial estimate on how much we thought this was gonna cost off of the estimates that we did for Northmore and New Century. Those were like for like replacements. So now this is gonna be a real engineering job where they say, we're not doing this kind of pump, so now we've really got to engineer from scratch what this looks like.
And in addition, that was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So it was a rough estimate on my part.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, board members, we've had a great day. We're at item K to prepare our agenda for June 8th. Just looking at the list, I'm going to just say this time, is there anything that you see that you want to put on board action? Or we'll make sure the rest of them are all consent. Was there anything you felt you want to put on board action, or does everything look good for consent?
I think
pretty-
everything looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
for
pretty
consent.
typical. Excellent overviews today. All right, hearing none, so we'll put all of these items on our consent agenda for June 8th. We're at item 5, board comments. Anybody want to jump in and have any kind of closing comments today?
Yes, I would just want to say congratulations again to Jenny. We are so proud of you, and you're going to bring Moore County schools to a new high.
Anybody else?
I'd like to echo Ms. Bruno's sentiment. I'm excited for the coming years. Looking forward to seeing what you will bring and how Moore County schools will grow. And I also want to reiterate what I said earlier. I'm so excited about what has happened at the Moore Innovative High School this year, and Principal Ciccone and her staff deserve our greatest respect and congratulations for what they have accomplished. And I do hope they will render it in a form that the rest of us can learn from.
Well, I'll just reiterate the same thing. Congratulations, a lot of work ahead. I'm excited. I think you're the exact right person for the job. And so really excited to work with you on getting a lot of this work done. I also just want to mention, was able to go to the Union Pines Award Ceremony, the Pinecrest Award Ceremony, and it's just a great time of year to recognize these students and it being a K-12 education that got them there. And it was really cool. I had never been to the Union Pines one before. And so if you get a chance to go next year, go sit down and learn a lot about these amazing kids we have in our school district. So that's all.
Just congratulations, Ms. Purvis. Well deserved, and look forward to the next the future.
And just to close again, congratulations, Mrs. Purvis. We're so proud, and you've done a great job as interim, and we look forward to the future. I also want to share that we had great scholarship banquets at our 3 high schools, and big news was that our lacrosse team from Pinecrest are state champions, and our Union Pines softball team is a state champion runner-up. So excellent work through our athletics and all the different programs we have. We've had a great day today, yay, and we look forward to Monday night. And June 10th is your swearing in at 6:30 at Northmore High School, so we're looking forward to that. Also, thank you to our staff. Thank you to all of you, Mr. Schwartz, for your hard work, and to all of you for staying and working with us today. So with that being the case, do we have a motion to adjourn? Okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Have a great night.